Welcome, everybody, to the 2023 Professional Photographers of Washington Image Competition. Do want to give a big shout out to Millers for being our sponsor for the image competition today. So thank you, Millers. Introducing our jury chair, Allison English Watkins. Allison, take it away.
Am an international photographic juror and happy to be your jury chairman today.
Hi, this is Thom Rouse, and very recently from Connecticut now. And Allison, you didn't mention what you were binge watching.
We are binge watching Poker Face right now. Poker Face
Okay.
is on the Peacock Network, and it's a modern day Murder, She Wrote.
Oh, and I love her. I forgot her name. She was in
Natasha.
Natasha. Yeah. We're binge watching Atlanta on Hulu.
Atlanta.
And really digging it. I didn't think I would for the first few episodes, but it picks up.
Hi everybody. I'm Rosalind Guder, portrait photographer from Los Angeles, and I'm currently binge watching The Last of Us.
Ooh.
Hello, everyone. Rick Avalos here from Pueblo, Colorado. Really looking forward to some amazing images. In order to improve my vocabulary, I'm binge watching Yellowstone.
Hello, everyone. I am Adilfa and I am from Salt Lake City, Utah, over here right next to Park City. I am happy to say that today I don't have snow coming down. They got it all for themselves. And I am not binge watching anything because I am trying to quit.
I'm Pete Rezac from the biggest little city in the world, Reno, Nevada. It's been said, and I am watching Shrinking.
And I'm Phil White, portrait photographer from Boise, Idaho. And it's beautiful here today. I'm excited to be here and see all these images. And my wife and I are binge watching The Curse of Oak Island.
Ooh. And we are your team. So we'll throw it back to Chris to see what's next.
Awesome. So the judges are going to be looking at the 12 elements when we're talking about a merited image. So they'll be using vocab like impact, technical excellence, creativity, style, composition, presentation, color balance, center of interest, lighting, subject matter, technique, and storytelling. They'll also be judging on a 100-point scale. So they'll be in one of a few different categories. Exceptional up at the very top, superior, excellent, deserving of a merit, above average, average, or below exhibition standards. So this is where the score chart will be. All right, Allison, if you're ready, we can begin.
We are all set and blast off.
Fantastic. Up first, in the photographic open, we have the illustrative category. Our very first image, Shadow Eagle. $77. Little Lighthouse. $81. Interwoven. $83. Payoff Pitch. 82. Sun salutations. 79. I've got a secret to tell you. 81. Mystical Mountain Morning. 78. Bridges Under Magical Moon. 83. The Path Ahead. 79. In Flight. 83. Spring Sprinkling.
Oh, forgive me. That was me.
81. A Photographer's Paradise. 80. Symmetry.
My score pad went great. Oh, there it went.
78. Gateway to the Stars. 79. Maiden Voyage. 77. Cottonwood's Last Stand. 82. Playful reflection of performing arts center.
Adilfa?
I already did. You didn't get it?
81.
Challenge. Okay, so I am at an 86, so I wanna I am for this image. I love the composition, the tonality, how how you can see details even in the darkest place, but all the light inside the building is not blown out. So I'm really loving this. So
Pete?
Oh, I guess that's me. Sorry about that. I was at 78, top of the average, above average category. I guess the impact didn't quite strike me as much as the Challenger. And just that's where I'm at.
Phil?
I was at 81. I think the shadow detail and the highlight detail is really good. I do feel like some of the highlights in the building and the lamps are a little bit blown out for me. And of course, the key is overall pretty dark in general.
Thom?
I'm 79, just short of the merit category. I feel that the tonal range has been condensed so greatly. We could have a lot more pop if we brought up the both the local and the scene contrast, and then the upper right corner of the building having been burnt down, and yet the sky below it's so much brighter. I think that really pulls our eye up into the right corner.
Okay, I am not in favor of the merit for this. I believe that it's lacking sufficient control of light for my taste.
And what did you give it, Rosalind?
77, I believe. I cleared it already, sorry.
Yeah, I was in the merit category at 82. I thought the composition held out really well. I appreciated the diagonal form of the building and the placement, you know, in the presentation. But I felt it deserved to be in the merit category.
Rebuttal, Adilfa.
oh, so that goes back to me. I was trying to still figure out who was coming after who. Okay. Okay, so I am still for the image. I believe that this is, if nothing else, a strong merit. I can see the point where Thom said that perhaps a little bit more light on the shadows would have been helped this image. However, I feel that the light was very controlled between the shadows and the highlights. I can see details everywhere, including on the inside of the building. The dynamic and the feeling of this building being there is standing as a symbol of something great. And I feel that strongly is a merit. So I'm going to bring it down to a merit, but I am going to stay with 84. So I am going to take it down to the next category. But I hope you all got merit for the maker on this one.
'81. Gotcha. '81 with a majority challenge.
Challenge.
Okay, take it away, Pete.
Yeah, I'm at 89, top of the excellent category. Absolutely love the action that the makers captured here for us. Nice line from the cowboy down to the calf. Nice horizontal lines there with the stadium behind. I just think this is excellent.
Phil?
I was at a 77. Kind of was for the reason of lighting. Lighting just felt kind of harsh, and to me, and I felt just a little washed out. Also, technical excellence a little washed out.
Thom?
Yes, I'm at a 79. I think it's almost there. Pretty good, close to the decisive moment. I think even that might be a little bit off. But overall, I think it needs to be printed down significantly, and the presentation be saturated to really bring us into the scene.
Okay, I
Rosalind?
was at 80 for the sloping horizon and not quite enough headroom and insufficient control of light.
Yeah, 79 above average category, and really it's been said.
77, it has been said.
All right. Well, clearly I liked it, and I just want to say that it's a rodeo, so I don't know what kind of control of light you have other than it's what it is. But I hear what everyone's saying. I still think it's a merit image. I'm going to adjust to 80.
Good challenge.
Little rodeo helper. $82. If you're not flying, you're falling. $85.
Challenge 94. Superior. Wow. What a creative approach here to hot air balloon. The fact that we really don't see anybody in there, but the graphic nature of framing these beautiful colors against a really white sky. I think this all works. Love it compositionally. I think this is superior.
Phil?
I was 86 in the excellent category. Just love the simplicity, the color pop. I actually feel I might have underscored it.
Thom?
Yeah, I was at 81, and perhaps I'm underscoring it. I guess I really appreciate the image and the point of view, and I don't particularly appreciate the cyan cast even in through the more intense colored areas of the image.
Okay, I was at 83, and I believe I was low on this.
Yeah, I was at 81 in the merit category, and it certainly is an interesting perspective of this balloon. I just felt that it was it could use a little more saturation. I'm just seeing a little milkiness, especially around the outer edges of the balloon. But I'll see what I can learn from the rebuttal.
I was at 82, mainly for the cast and the milkiness. Love the perspective. I'll hear for the rebuttal.
Yeah, so in regards to the milkiness and the cyan tones, there's a lot of blues within that balloon. We're up into the bright sky. I think the maker's done a stylistic choice to take that sky to blow that out into white to give us the graphic nature of that. So we're gonna get, some light that's blooming around that. Again, creatively here, how they've got the basket just at an angle as opposed to being perpendicular or parallel to the edges of the frame. So it gives us something nice to look at, and it spins us right around into it. So we got a clear center of interest. I still think it's superior. I'm at 94.
$90.
Good teamwork.
A relayed explosion.
What was the title again, Chris?
A relayed explosion.
Gotcha.
$80. Picture perfect reflection. 83. Coastal Trek. 78. Splendid.
Challenge.
Oh.
I'm a category lower on that, guys. I was in the 72 in the average category, and I can appreciate what the makers provided to us here, but I'm feeling that we got flat light, really not a center of interest, and the presentation is just not working for me. And I just I'm struggling to have this as an above average piece in professional photography.
Phil?
I scored this as an 80, just deserving of a merit. And I think I might have overscored it.
At 77, and I can't argue with the challenge. There's a lot of wide angle distortion. The horizon line up at the upper right is kind of sloping out, and the massive amount of foreground is distracting.
I was at 78, I think, and it's been said.
Yeah, 78 as well, and certainly considering adjusting.
78 for the same reasons, agreeing with the challenger.
No rebuttal. It just some end up in the higher categories. I think this one's just in the average category, 72.
74. Splendid Evening. 79. Sneak Peek. 75. Colorful. 80. Garden Window. 82. Look into my eye. 83. Moonrise at Sunset. 84. Ferry at Sunset. 84. Tripod Tackle. 84. All danced out. $82. Cruising under the stars. $81. Sculpted by the master. $80. Finding Fern Falls. $79. Hoofing it out. $82.
I'll challenge.
Take it away.
Yeah, I was at 87 and really enjoyed the perspective. I think we all know how it was done, but it's just an entertaining picture. It keeps you busy moving around the image. We have several centers of interest, and they all kind of converge and get this both abstract and figurative look to the image. I'd like to hear what you have to say about it.
Okay, I was at 82. I think it's a really interesting composition, but it feels a little bit off kilter to me, so that's why it wasn't higher.
Yeah, I was above average at 78. I visually struggled with the image. It has some nice character to it, but to me, there's like two photographs. I keep bouncing from left to right, and just not appreciating it quite to the degree that my colleague is.
Oh, I am an 81 and very intrigued with this image. I can see the two images on it, but I think that the two images complement each other, and it's almost like a world. It tells the story almost like a world is leaving behind. I think it's a very interesting piece.
Yeah, I was at 80. I thought it was highly creative and all the other positives that were stated.
I was at an 82. I was really, I really enjoyed the storytelling aspect and that abstract, how the waves on the right and the line of them going out. I really, really enjoyed that.
Okay, Thom, rebuttal.
Yeah, I still think it belongs in the excellent category. It's got multiple centers of interest. Some of the things I appreciated about it that you did not. I like that it's off kilter. And I like that there's two separate images interacting, and it's very entertaining the way it keeps my eyes moving around the image. We get this figurative content on the left, and everything else is kind of abstract. We know what it is, and yet it's just intriguing. And I find it very entertaining. I'll keep my score at 87, and I appreciate your points of view.
$86.
Great job.
Lady Aurora dancing. $81. Shades of Green Gardener.
Oops, sorry.
76. Tag, you're it. '81. Neighborhood Reflections.
Adilfa?
Yes, I'm working on it. Sorry, I lost my screen for a second.
'81. Orchid Angel. '79.
Challenge. I was at 69, and so I'm a couple categories off here. I was struggling to find focus. I've got this banding that I don't know what's at the bottom of the image, and just thought the lighting was flat, and I'm just struggling. I'm just struggling with this, so I know you guys will help me out.
I was at a 79, and I kind of feel like maybe I overscored it a little bit. Yeah, kind of in addition to that, I'm kind of seeing some blown out areas in behind the flowers as well.
Thom?
Oh, yes, I'm at 79 and perhaps scoring a little bit too highly on that basis. I think it's redeemable with a significant amount of post-production, but I don't think it's there yet.
Okay, I believe I was at 78, and I think I was probably a little over generous because I enjoy the subject.
77, it's been said.
Well, don't you beat yourself up. I was really generous. 81. I fell in love with the one in the middle, and I got stuck in that beautiful center of interest in the middle. But I agree with you guys.
Yeah, it's a start. I think it's been mentioned that it's got potential to work on some things, but if we're judging what's in front of us, I'm still struggling that this would even be exhibition. So I'm at 69.
Rescore.
'71. Summer Glow. '85. Generations of Memories and Ageless Moon.
What was the title again?
Generations of Memories and Ageless Moon. '83.
Challenge. So
Take
I am on an 87, and I am loving the composition. I am loving the fact that I see details in everywhere in the snow, and it's just a very interesting piece to me.
Yeah, I was at 78. Enjoyed the image. I guess I struggle a little with the storytelling. to get to the moon, and perhaps I was a little harsh, but I will keep my mind open.
I was in an 82. I really debated over this, and the moon portion was the one that kind of threw me for a minute until I saw the moon just cresting over the upper left-hand corner, and then all of a sudden it's like, okay, now it makes sense. So I might actually be able to raise my score on this one.
Well, I was at 83, and I really appreciate the building, that the center of interest, the ancient moon or faded moon, or I almost felt like that. I might have been tempted to take that out, but and instead of trying to draw it in with the title, it's almost a distraction without the title specifying what it is. But the building is beautiful. Time of day is beautiful on the building, and I think it's a mirrored image.
Okay, I was at an 80, and I was very distracted by the blue shadows, especially in the center of the composition, and how that conflicts with the warm color temperature overall.
Yeah, I was in the merit category at 81. I really enjoyed the composition and the presentation and the long kind of a panel effect. Reason I didn't go a whole lot higher was really the lighting. It's a little bit flat. It's warm, but it's a little bit flat to me.
Okay, so I am still for the image. I did realize that the title didn't do any favors to the image, but I didn't feel that the title was a thing where we would take away or put this in a different category. So I hope the maker is hearing. When it comes to the, it's a warm image, and when it comes to the cool shadows, shadows are cool, and we can see cool shadows throughout the whole image. And we can see the time of the day that this became warmth, and the center of interest of the building, and how beautiful you can see the mountains, and you can see details everywhere. I think it's an excellent piece, and I am staying at 87, and I hope you guys join with me. And I don't think the title is worth that many points. So come with me, guys. 87.
$85.
Thank you. Good job.
Is this our due date? $81.
I'm going to challenge again because I feel duty bound. Okay, so I love the composition. I think the color tonality, I think, is amazing. I think they did a great job on the composition. I think everything makes this look like a really, really nice piece of art. And some of you are going to say, well, I can see a little bit of milkiness in it, but I think in this particular image, it adds to it instead of taking away. So
what was your score, Adilfa?
86. I'm sorry. I thought I said it.
Yeah, I was at 78, above average category, and thanks for knowing I was going to say something about milkiness. And the reason I think that I get that feeling is because of that stark, dark, almost pure black on the stroke line. So I think maybe that's what's going on for visually. And then, of course, there's this little bright area right at the bottom flower here at the bottom, the first one or the smaller one.
I was at 79 for It's All Been Said.
79, and it's been said.
80, and it's been said.
Yeah, 82. Been said.
Okay, so I really love flowers. It makes me really happy with my husband bring me some. So maybe that has something to do with that. So I am, however, giving a lot of credit to what you have said over there about that bright spot in the bottom and a little bit of the milkiness. And yes, perhaps the stroke line is too strong, and it will help to take it away. I'm still for the image, so I'm gonna go with an 84. That's it.
Well, punch in that score, Adilfa.
I did. I did again.
81. Last run. $86.
Challenge.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, so either I can see more or I am off, but I am a
What's your score? What's your score?
I am a 78. So 78, composition is awesome. Love the color lines. I feel like the lighting is soft and perhaps flat or timid. So that's lighting is my main issue where I am stuck.
Yeah, I was at 88. High, excellent. I actually just love how the makers use not only compositionally here, but the sense of scale. I actually really appreciate that we've got a nice sense of directional light, whether it's the end of the day, I guess the last load, that's how I can interpret it. Lots to enjoy. I thought this was excellent.
I was an 85 for the reasons that have been said. In addition to that, I'm going to comment on the color harmony. It's just really beautiful how this all comes together color-wise.
I'm at 87, and I could go up and consider the next category. I love the gentleness, the absolutely perfectly held horizontals. It's vivid, yet it's gentle. The scale and the proportions and the cropping are all just perfect for the subject. I'm trending up.
Okay, I was at 85. I really enjoy the graphic composition and the intentional feel of it being two-dimensional rather than three.
Yeah, I was at 83, and I'm really feeling that I'm low on this score. You know, there's so much balance in this image, and the layers of color just are so impactful, and we see the colors even not reflected, but duplicated in the rendition of the sky. Well done.
Well, thank you for the education. I just wanted to make sure that I wasn't the one that was holding it up, and I am with you guys. I am going up, so no challenge. I mean, no rebuttal. I will beat at 82. No. Sorry, that's not what I said. Can I redo that?
Just
Yep. We'll clear
vote.
the scores.
Sorry.
Okay, everyone needs to revote.
I'm having issues with my pad. Sorry, it took me out. Give me 1 sec. $87 goes the challenger.
89.
Good job.
Wildfire survivors. $85.
I'll challenge it.
Take it away, Rick.
That was Phil, I believe.
Oh, that was Phil? Oh, sorry.
Yeah, that's me.
Sorry.
Oh my goodness, the contrast on this is absolutely phenomenal for aficionados of black and white. I think the technical excellence is there. That stark, that storytelling that's coming into this. I'm really just mesmerized by this image. Talk to me, guys.
What was your score?
91.
Okay.
I was at a mere 82, and I think I've underscored this. I'm not going to hold the white presentation against it because that's traditional and fine art printing, the contrast ranges or the entire tonal range is held. We're very high contrast image, but the tonal range is held throughout, and the whites and the darks, everything is there. So just as an appreciation of the black and white technique, I think I could move up.
I was at 82. I enjoy the composition and the skillful handling of the blacks, and I believe I'm underscored.
Yeah, I was at wow, above average category at 78. I thought the contrast was just a little over the top for my taste, but I'm certainly gonna see what I can learn from the rest of the comments. So.
Okay, so I was an 82. For all the positives, what was holding me back, it was on the lower left. The blacks are so far gone that I am not seeing detail. And I love the high contrast, but I would love to see a little bit more details in the bottom.
Yeah, I was at 88. High excellent category. Can't wait to hear for the rebuttal, but I'm guessing in burn areas, there's not a lot of detail and it's burned out, but we'll wait for the rebuttal.
Well, my rebuttal is really for me. I think, you know, it's a burned out area. It's dark. You're going to expect how the sunlight comes across and hits those trees. Just really highlights, I think, the storytelling. And I think that's one of the strongest elements about this is the amount of storytelling that the maker had. The beautiful compositional lines that are, you know, they're coming right through, and you know, there's no mistaking what the center of interest is. I am seeing lots of detail throughout. I can appreciate the it is kind of dark in the lower left-hand corner, but boy, it's just super high contrast. And yeah, I think I'm going to stick at 91.
'89. I am become death. '87. Canyon shadows.
Hmm.
'85.
Challenge. Yeah, I'm right into the next category at 90. This has so much impact, and the lighting is handled so well. Gosh, composition is right there. You know, we've got the peak obviously pointing up, but then we have these lines that in the foreground that are pointing down, and it just gives it a really nice balance. It's a beautiful image, and I mean, it is just tack sharp from front to back.
Okay, so I am an 83. I'm really impressed by the image and the tonality. What was holding me back is the main mountain over there. I see like a highlight, like a I don't know, like a little bit of a reflection or something. I can't find the word. Hopefully you guys can. And on the left of the big mountain, you can see like a white line around the whole mountain, and then you see a dark line behind the whole mountain, which gives the appearance that maybe the sky was put there. I'm not saying that it was, but that got me confused. So talk me out of that, and I will trend up.
Yeah, I was at 82, merit category. it is a peaceful scene, but I guess I struggled a little bit for the higher categories compositionally as it being bullseye and presentations commanding a lot of my attention to the edges, but I still thought it was in the merit category.
I was in an 82, and it's all been said.
Yeah, I was at 89 and really anxious to go to the next category, apart from what's been said, and that the little bit of oversharpening or halation around the peak is of concern, plus a slight slope to the horizon towards from left to right. But I love the mirrored the canyon with the peak. There's so much potential in the image.
I was at an 82, and I guess it's my OCD, but I'm very bothered that it is just slightly off of center, the central peak. So, so I'm listening, but that is my main complaint.
Okay. Yeah, we were talking about the line over the mountain, and I just have to remind myself to be careful, because atmospheric situations can occur, and and it could make me think one way rather than another. Presentation, yeah, it might be a little heavy, but if these things were all taken into consideration and addressed, I'd be looking at a much higher score. But I think the balance is handled extremely well. And we didn't mention either the play of contrasting colors, the hues of the cool hues against the warms. This is just something that's really put together well, and sometimes less is more, and that's what we're seeing in this image. I'm really sold on this. I'm going to stay at my 90.
Mm.
88.
And with that, Chris, can we take a pause for the cause? And can I also talk to the judges for a moment?
Yep, we're going to have a quick break, everyone. Welcome back, everybody. And just a reminder, we are in the illustrative category. Up next, Hanging On.
I lost my pad, stay asleep, so that's what's going on here, so you know.
Let us know if you need help logging back in.
It seems like I need to log back in. Give me 1 second. Maybe I didn't notice and I went to sleep on the break.
On the break.
I am back in.
Bingo!
81.
Doesn't count if it's not in a challenge.
Dr. Pepper,
Foul.
strawberries and cream. $88. Make a wish and dream. $80 with a majority challenge.
Does anybody want to take it?
I can take it. I'd be happy to.
Okay, go ahead.
I'm a lower end 79. I think it's very close to there. It's very impactful. Wonderful rendition of this thing in situ. Trying to get that and outside of the studio is difficult. However, I think it's maybe a little over sharpened. And when we look closely at the finer strands, finer leathers are kind of pixelated and falling apart. And the so bright relative to the background, and then a couple of distracting elements in the background, and on net I felt just short on the merit.
I was at an 82, and at first I was distracted by the diagonal grass coming from the bottom left, but I think it contributes to the flow of the image, brings your eye up as a leading line, and then you circle back around.
Yeah, I was at 77, above average category. It's an interesting concept, but I was really drawn to the top left corner with the highlighted area up there. And, in the foreground, this diagonal grass, it really was a concern for me, as was the light area to the right of the flower. And, composition, I think, is lacking as well.
I was an 81, and the distracting elements starting to be more distracting.
78 for all the reasons stated.
And 78, and it's all been said.
The 79 and no rebuttal.
$78. I said, go left. $84.
Challenge. I'm at 90. The superior category. Absolutely love this decisive moment. Got all that beef standing up in the air. I like that we just see enough of the spectators behind. That color harmony brings us around, and I just think this is really well done.
I'm at 82. I'm at the serving of a merit, and I agree. I think the The expression, the height of the moment is great. I'm a little distracted by the red roundup signs at the very top. The people, I think, are great, contribute to the story, but there's just kind of a lot to look at, but I'm listening.
I'm at 84. The great control, some very harsh lighting. The shadow's been brought back. A couple of highlights blown out on the bull. Great storytelling, great title. I think this would be a great entry in the reportage category as well.
As at 83, I'm very distracted by the headless spectators.
Yeah, 82 exactly. Gosh, if it would have been a little tighter or backed out a little bit more so that we could see the spectators, I think that would have added a lot to this image.
83 for the positives and the negatives that have been stated.
Well, in rebuttal, gosh, you know, maybe the spectators have got all this kind of crazy different hats, and so they cropped in tight, but really, I want to say the maker's taking us right into where they want us to go, and that's into this decisive moment. Look at that beautiful lighting on this bull that's completely off the ground. Like, that's just so amazing. I'm sitting here thinking, gosh, what happens like a split second later? How'd this guy land on his head? But it's all frozen. There was some comments about the roundup, but I mean, it's a rodeo. I mean, gosh, it's not a portrait setting, it's illustrative. And that stuff's there. I think it all kind of helps tell the story. I agree. I wish that there was a reportage category, but there's not. But there's this illustrative, and I think that they've done a really wonderful job on this. Actually, and look at all the snot coming out of that bull's nose. I mean, there's so much to enjoy about this. I'm a 90.
'87. The Forgotten. '87.
Challenge against Superior 92. Wow. This kind of just took my breath away as I was looking at it. Love the simplicity of the colors that the maker's done. Actually love that they've used an old old Michelob bottle there, right there in the middle, to set up a nice composition, not only with the flowers, but with the bottles. Kind of an a la carte setting here of bottles for us to enjoy. I think this is superior.
I was at an 84, and I kind of, the more I think about it and more I've looking at this, I think I might have underscored it a little bit.
86 and a wonderful palette, a wonderful presentation. I could be talked up. I wish the presentation was a little less saturated. It seems to be more saturated than anything in the image, but so it's a wonderful, simple assembly.
84, I was a little bit confused about the direction of light. It appears that one or two of the flowers, like the second one and the last one, might have slightly different direction of light than the other flowers.
Yeah, I was at 88. Really enjoyed this image. I like the pastel quality of the image, but I was concerned as well with the lighting. It's, you know, the second bottle from the left almost has no lighting at all. You know, and the others just have a touch of light. And I would just like to have seen a little bit more definition of lighting. But anyway, that's it.
Okay, so I was an 81, and you know, lighting being the main concern, but one of the things that we haven't pointed out is that when you look at the bottles, the lighting should look the same in the bottle. The two bottles on the right, you can see the reflection of like a pink, you know, like a very round light over there. The one in the middle is straight up. The next one, which will be the fourth, camera right to left, you know, it has barely no reflection whatsoever. And then there's a round on the other one. And also the flowers just have like a feeling of a cutout. I'm not saying that it is, but it's just because of the lighting being so flat on some and not so much in the other. It's just giving me a feeling of a cutout. I saw that it was a very well done, hence the 81, but I'm concerned about those things.
Well, I'm so glad I get to rebut those because those are some of the things I was waiting to save for my rebuttal. First of all, on the bottles, 4 of the 5 of them are round. And so that square one, we're only going to see the specular highlight on that rounded edge where it goes around onto it. I think that demonstrates absolute control of light to have that and how they position that bottle. The round ones on the left and the 2 on the right are round. I see that light being placed kind of in that same spot all the way across those. So that makes sense to me. And then the Michelob bottle is a kind of that ovalish long. And so that's going to have that exaggerated feel to that light. So I think it all makes sense for me. Now, the other is I love the fact that we've got specular highlights and shiny surfaces against the contrasting of the forgotten flowers there. So I think that all makes sense. The directional light, I see the light coming from the top down, which I actually see in the catch lights of the bottle. So that all makes sense to me. I think it's really, really masterfully done. And also the storytelling of the forgotten, not only with the bottles, but with the flowers and geometrically how they put them all together. I just think that this has been handled wonderfully. I'm at 92.
Hmm.
$90.
Good job.
Cello ambience.
Thom? Yeah.
Oh, press send. Remember to press send.
86. Kiss of light. $83.
Challenge. I'm duty bound. Gosh, I'm in the 2 categories up at 90. As I've seen it on my monitor, this thing is just tack sharp. The lighting is handled well and delicately. It's supported with the 2 buds on the top left. I think with the way that this image is sitting, the impact is just, gosh, it makes me want to say, bingo, you're there.
Okay, I am an 81. You know, I guess the impact was not as strong for me. I feel that it's a strong merit, so I will continue listening to the challenger.
Yeah, I was at 83 and perhaps a little low. I'll be anxiously waiting to hear what everyone else has to say.
I was at 85. The lighting, the color harmony were just really wonderful. So I'm listening.
Oh, I was at 78 and clearly way too low. Shame on me. My first thought is there's just too much scene contrast. There's too much. It's not a kiss of light. It's a punch in the face with light on that flower, and then the background fades. But I think I'm missing the whole point, and I will revise my score pending the rebuttal.
Okay, you guys, I was trying to challenge, but I was muted because I was coughing. I'm at 76, and I'm very disturbed by the blocked up blacks and the difference in the hardness of light. It appears like there's a hard spotlight on the flower in the center, whereas the ones in the top left have a much softer light. And so that contrast is very disturbing to me.
Yeah, with regard to the light, I mean, we're seeing the shadows just underneath the petals at the left, and it's bringing out a real nice texture in the flower. There's, sometimes an image can get biased without, rendering, having it rendered in a fashion that we're used to seeing. So this one almost has an artistic painterly quality to me, but I just feel that, you see the dew on the flowers, and it's just a real capture of nature, and I do enjoy the way it pops out from the dark background. I'm really taken by this image at 90.
'87. The flower family. '87. Coming in hot. '82. Celestial view of global warming. '83. Trilogy. '81 with a majority challenge.
Somebody like to take it?
I'll take it. Challenge. I am a 77. When I look at this, I was, I thought, whoa, this is a merit. And then I looked all the way to the camera right, that green leaf to the top. It's kind of like there is a piece that is taken out, and I don't think that was naturally. I think it was in post-production. So in the technical of excellence, I am concerned about that.
Yeah, I was at 75 above average category. I just felt that the lighting lacked character and personality, and therefore it didn't have impact for me.
I was at 86, and I'm listening.
Yeah, I was at 78. I think it's underprinted. And I think the composition is unnecessarily wide. We could have closed in on the flowers a little bit more and created a little more softness and gentleness to the flowers and still maintain detail. And I think it falls short in that regard.
I was at 83. Originally, I loved the velvety texture, but as I continue to look at it, I see areas of sharpness juxtaposed against blurriness right next to it, and that doesn't make sense to me.
Yeah, 79 for the negative.
Okay, so 77, no rebuttal, it has been said.
'78. Midnight Lily. 84.
Challenge. 93. Wow, this pulled me out of my seat to come in and take a little closer look. Love the composition of this and the color palette that they've done. And so I just want to hear what I might be missing.
I was at 85, and when I hit the send button, I really kind of felt like I had underscored it. So I'm listening.
I'm at 85, and yeah, certainly go up. The more I look at it, it's just tack sharp right there in the, whatever you call them, the center of the flower, the stamens, whatever. And then it has this kind of selective focus around the rest of the image. Great supporting title, great impact. I can go up.
77. And I was very confused again by the areas of sharpness against the areas of smudginess.
Yeah, I was at 81 in the merit category. My initial impact of this was just really impressive. But as I looked at it, what was considered selective focus, I guess to me it just looked like it was shimmering down the right side of the flower, which was a little bit distracting for me. But I can certainly move. I'll listen to the rebuttal to see exactly where I go.
Okay, so I am a 78. And when this image came out, I think it has so much potential. The impact was amazing. And I was ready to push a high number. And then I looked to the right. If you all go to the very right, this has to do with post-production. There is a line in the right that goes all the way from the top to the bottom, almost like there was a filter put in there. It appears that they missed. So that goes to the technical excellence. Also in the bottom of the flower, to one of my fellow judges say about this smudginess, you can see sharpness where it makes sense, but you can see softness where it doesn't, and also like a haze. And I feel that the all around in the transition between the dark and the light and the dark, I can see some banding or some computer issues over there. So mainly, I was a 78 for the technical excellence of this image.
Gosh darn, that right-hand side, 79 for the technical excellence. Maker, if you hear that, go fix that. You also got another smudge right above the petal at the top center. Gosh darn, great image, but the technical excellence, I'm going to 79.
$79. Misty Glen. $80 with a majority challenge.
Somebody like to take that? Okay.
Take it.
Oh, Phil, did you say that?
Yes.
Okay, take it.
I was at 84. I was definitely deserving of a merit. I just was really smitten by the technical excellence of this, the very kind of almost the painterly quality of the flowers in the foreground. It's reminiscent of a classical painting, and the trees in the mist, and that the center of interest and composition, I think, are really beautiful on this. Interested to see what you guys have to say.
Oh, I'm up, but yeah, 78, and I love the bottom left portion of the image and that very soft, gentle feel, portrayal of the flowers. I just think a different crop. We don't need all that very bright sky at the top. Because it's there, we just are conflicted between the real center of interest and then all this very bright sky. I think a different crop would elevate the image.
78, and it's been said.
Yeah, 78 as well. And I don't feel that the presentation is helping this image, the color of the mat, and if there is a key line, I'm not seeing it, and I think that would benefit it as well.
82, the image is amazing. How they process it, everything is absolutely beautiful. You got potential here. I feel 82 a merit. Yes, there's a key line. The presentation is not helping.
Yeah, I was average category 72. I guess I couldn't get past the sky is what was being said in that presentation. You fix both of those so that we can get down and enjoy those flowers. I think be really great. So listen to the rebuttal.
Well, no rebuttal. I think I will be lowering my listen to what everyone has to say. I'll be lowering my score into the above average.
What?
To what score?
What score?
79.
$79. Sluggo's Sunday Stroll. $77. A classic workhorse. $81. America the Beautiful. $79. Anchored Before the Storm. $82.
Challenge? Okay, so I am at 87, and I am looking at this very starch white presentation, but I look at it as a museum. I felt that the black and whites were held really well, and I love the composition and the storytelling in this image.
Yeah, I was at 78 above average. Do enjoy what we're looking at here. But I guess I don't know exactly where the maker. I mean, I see the boat, I see the lake and the sky. I really don't have any one place to rest, so I was struggling with center of interest.
I was at an 81. I really kind of love the storytelling here myself, and but what kept me from going further is I feel like there's a lot of contrast in the elements in the boat, almost feeling like they're almost blown out, and so I was struggling with that.
Yeah, 77, and it's largely been said. Plus, the maybe burning in the sky drifted into the peaks a little more than it should have.
82 for the positives. I would have liked a little bit more room at the bottom.
Yeah, I was in the merit category at 81. I thought, the range was held together quite well. And this is one of those images that you can kind of consider maybe an a la carte type image where you have several different elements, but they all come together in a pleasing manner.
You know what? Thank you, Rick, for my rebuttal over there. I feel that the composition is there. I feel that the title brought us into the storm when we see the dark clouds in one place, light on the other. Perhaps I got really excited going in the excellent category, but I still feel that this is a very strong merit. I am for the image, and I will compromise at 84.
$82.
Can you press pause for a moment, Chris?
And we're back. And the next image, dedication. $80 with a majority challenge.
Well, I'll take it. I have it at 87, and right away I immediately loved it. It's a slice of life kind of thing. Man, you can feel the cold and what I would consider misery of being out in that, and working, and the commitment to working. It's just a wonderful slice of life kind of thing.
Sorry, you guys. I was at I was at 80 on this, and my OCD must be on overdrive today because things are not quite vertical.
Yeah, I was at 78 on this one. It's one of those that you either really embrace or, you just don't quite feel the connection. But gosh, I'm not sure if it's the snow flurries that are giving that sense of out of focus to me. But no doubt it's a good slice of life.
Well, I was a 77, and I really, when I look at it, and I go, "Ooh, adorbs. I want to adore this image." And I really love the composition. But I am having a hard time. I don't know if it's because of the snow, but I am having a hard time with the resolution. It almost feels like it has a very low resolution. So I will continue deliberating.
I was at 76, above average category for everything that's been stated.
I was at 78, and I appreciate what you guys have had to say. I'm actually considering raising it just because it just I see the softness, but I'm also appreciating the art element of this image and its storytelling. So I'm considering raising my score.
Well, I'm still firmly in the excellent category. It just gives me has great impact for me. I think the softness is all about the snow. And look at the way this treatment of the snow. You feel that blend, snow whirling around and the wind whirling around the edge of that barn. Again, for me, it's a miserable thought to be out in that, but to do your job and do what needs to be done. I think it's a wonderful slice of life image. And I'll keep my score at 87.
$84. Waging war against illiteracy. $83. Winter Morning's Unveiling. $83. Jewels from the Garden.
Oops, sorry.
83.
Challenge. Yeah, I'm right in the next category at 88. This is really an impactful image. Presentation is handled well. Nice, delicate lighting on the grapes. We can almost feel the texture of the drape and that the bowl is sitting on. I like the accent with the little leaf at the bottom. Gosh, this is very, very appealing.
Okay, so I am so far on an 82. Agree with all the positives. The background, the drapery on the camera left being totally black, having that very dark, pulling me over there, kind of took me away from the impactful middle of the image.
Yeah, I was at 76, above average category, and lots to enjoy about it. But I guess I found all the folds on the tablecloth and what's going on in the background distracting, and the choice of keeping everything sharp distracting from those grapes. So I will keep my mind open to hear the other comments, but that's where I was at, is above average.
I was at an 85. I agree with what's been said about the lighting. I just want to point out too how soft and delicate it is on what is a very shiny object, that glass bowl that all the grapes are in. I think the maker handled that very nicely, and loving the color harmony as well. So I'm still listening.
Well, I was at 78, and I agree that the grapes in the bowl are just delicious. The background, I don't think the palette supports the palette in the central subject, and at the very least, it might have been a little more selective depth of field. So I would have blown a paisley palette pattern in the background that I find very distracting.
80, and I was disturbed by the upper left quadrant. The background is sharper than the further away grapes.
Yeah, well, addressing some of the comments of the light, it's going to be naturally falling off to the left, so we're going to have a little darker area there because the light is coming in from camera right. It's interesting. What appeals to some is, a distraction to others. I really enjoy the folds in the drapery because it adds so much character and depth to the whole image. I think compositionally, it's handled extremely well.
Just lost Rick, did we?
Rick, you there? Rick?
He's on the call, and his microphone's unmuted.
Rick, you there?
All right. We're going to pop into a quick break while we resolve this.
Yep.
All right, welcome back, everybody. We have Rick joining us again, and he is partway through his rebuttal for Jewels from the Garden.
Yes, just to conclude my comments, I just feel that the folds in the drapery are so appropriate because it gives it such depth and dimension, and the lighting was handled extremely well. And I think my colleagues have heard the first part of my rebuttal. So still with this image at 88.
Rescore.
$85. Learning the ropes. $81. Awesome Autumn. $80 with a majority challenge.
Anybody like to take it? Okay, it's assigned to Adilfa.
I'll take it. Okay, so I am at 84. I was looking at this image, and you know, the ups and downs, the mountains and the valley, and the different colors, and the very subtle lighting that is consistent all throughout, and warmth in the bottom, and that cool sky giving that cool tone to the mountains. I thought it was a merit.
Yeah, I was at 76 above average category. I guess the lighting just felt really flat. There's no texture in the mountains that the light could have brought, and against all the rest of that beautiful scene. So I just was in the above average category.
I was at 78 for everything that's been said for the negatives so far. In addition to that, the technical excellence, I'm seeing there's just a real it feels a little over sharpened, and that continues back clear up into the mountains, where I just feel like it's the sharpness and texture is almost too much back there. It's a little less believable than what I would think.
Was at 77, it's largely been said. I wish there were a little more saturation in some areas to compensate for the lack of direction of light.
83 for the leading lines zigzagging through the composition.
Yeah, 79. Really, it's been said.
Okay, rescore.
How do you reset this?
I think there's a back arrow.
Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I fat fingered a number.
78. Shadows of Dignity.
Rosalind. Oh, there we go.
82. An American Beauty. $82. Whale Wash. 84.
Challenge. Okay, so I am a 75. So let's talk about this. This image has a lot of impact, and I want to go higher, but I can see in the water a lot of over sharpening perhaps. So I am a little bit confused with that.
Yeah, I was at 84, top of the merit, catching this humpback spy hopping. I think that's just incredible. And then also to have all of this splash coming around. I just thought it was a delight to look at.
I was at 84 as well. Top of the merit category. Yeah, I am seeing some of the looks like over sharpening, but I am really just overwhelmed by the impact and color harmony of this. It's so I'm listening.
84, it's been said.
85 for capturing it at exactly the right time, and it's been said.
Yeah, 81.
Okay, so I am going to I'm gonna go with all of you guys, and I am gonna go to 84. I am going to respect your opinions.
84. Take a bow. $82. Castle Court. $79. Passing Storm at Dawn. $83.
Can we bring that last one back?
Castle Court?
Yes.
Yes. Castle
So
Court.
we.
Yeah,
Say challenge for me.
So challenge.
Okay, thank you.
So I was at 72 in the average category. Now this finished at 79, so I want to make sure that I'm not holding this back. So I'd like to hear you guys' perspective. I just it just didn't have impact. I thought things were off technically, so I just want to make sure I'm not the one that's holding this back.
I was at 80. I really wanted to go higher because I just was really I loved the colors, the texture in the building, the setting, that kind of real great moody storytelling going on. A little taken aback by the composition. It seemed like it was very heavy on the left, so I'm listening.
I was at 77 for largely the same reasons. I think a little different composition, a little different camera position would have added to it. Maybe a little dollop of red over on the left side to balance that composition a little bit. I could go up.
80, and it's been said.
Yeah, I was at 78. I think there's certainly some potential here given a different perspective, but what really concerned me was the building on the left that just commanded so much attention.
So I am at 81, and I think the capture was very well done on the building. The texture and everything is coming very nicely. The lighting, I think it was beautifully done. A little bit of more like a better crop, perhaps a little bit less heavy on the left would have helped. However, I would say that the building itself and how it goes is a merit. So I was at 81.
All right, I'm going to go to 78. We'll see what happens.
Rescore.
79. Quiet Dawn.
Oh,
80
me.
with a majority
Sorry.
challenge.
Does anyone want to take it?
I'll take it.
Okay, Pete.
I was at 78. Kind of enjoyed this little scene here. I guess maybe the presentation had kept me back, but I kind of feel like this guy is on his way back from a day of fishing on his way to a brouhaha.
I was at 84. I really enjoyed the light on this, the feeling and storytelling, and but I'm listening.
Is that 78 above average? And I think this subject is kind of above average, and we're not getting much from the photography to push it beyond that. And brouhahas don't happen till afternoon. I'm sorry to say, it's too early for a brouhaha.
82. I believe the capture is deserving of a merit, but might have been a little bit overly enthusiastic. I don't like the horizon going straight down the center.
Yeah, 79. I do appreciate the hues of the image, but you know, that horizon being right in the center is just really problematic for me, because we have so much foreground that I don't think is really necessary. And you guys are going to have to excuse me, but I'm not sure I know what brouhaha is.
I have to explain that at the break.
Okay, so I am on a 78, and I think the maker did a very good job. My main concern was on the sky. I don't know if that was atmosphere or banding, but I could see on the, especially on the white clouds, on the coloration. So that was my main reason.
No rebuttal other than there's always a great time for brouhaha. 78.
79. Heavenly Heights.
Mhm.
83. Memories of Grandma. 79. A graceful finish.
'Thom?
Oh, sorry, I got to put
83.
Challenge. I'm at 88, and the more this sits here, I might even be low, but be interested to hear your perspectives. I think compositionally, this is great for so many reasons. The horse mid-air, how they've kept everything level and perpendicular. Gosh, so much to enjoy about it. Great lighting. Let's talk about this.
I'm at 84, and for everything that's been said, and I'm listening.
Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, I'm at 80 and have nothing negative to say about it. It lacks the same impact for me, possibly, but I'll listen.
Okay, 80, mostly for lack of storytelling. I don't see where the finish line is, so that's my confusion.
Yeah, I was at 84. I feel I can easily go up. I thought maybe if we would print it down just a little bit, but what I do appreciate it as well is the depth of field falls off just enough to where we have a three-dimensional look to it, but yet the story is readable in the background. Yeah.
I was a 78. I feel like I missed this one. I see all the qualities on it. I got hung up on the left where you can see part of the white numbers and you see all those little dots that keep getting my attention where the tail of the horse is, and I keep looking over there, and that's how I missed it, but I'm trending up.
Yeah, so in rebuttal, I mean, gosh, there was a comment about not understanding the story. Well, it's horse racing, and they're coming up. There's one and two, and I'm guessing the finish lines is like right there, almost the edge of the presentation could be the finish line. Compositionally, how they've framed right at the right moment, keeping the head of the horse within the race numbers, I think is just really dynamite. And I also love the play of the blue of the vodka sign down to the color harmony with the number on the horse. Then also with the reds and the greens in there. There's so much to enjoy about this. I'm trending up too. I'm gonna go to 90 on this.
Hmm.
$87.
Okay, with that, we need to take our hourly break. Can you put us on pause
Yep.
audio-wise?
We're going on break right now.
Let her rip.
And welcome back, everybody. And we are returning in the illustrative category. Up next, Dad's Wooden Bowls. $85. Light Sail.
Thom, one more time.
83. Bridging the Gap in Sunset's Afterglow. $81.
Challenge.
Take it
Okay,
away.
so I am on an 86. I am totally in love with this piece. I feel that the sunset is with the behind the bridge with the reflection, and everything was so well done. So I want to see, why are we so low, or why am I so high?
I was at 80 for the Merit. That had a great story here. I just had some technical concerns with what appears to be some I don't know, light haze, a lightning on the top edge of the bridge, but maybe that's some atmospheric haze. But I was at 80.
I was at 78. I might have been a little low, but I'm looking at how the stream just kind of really, for composition, the stream's kind of coming down, and center of interest as well. It's coming down through the middle. And then we hit this little barrier at the very bottom, which is, obviously a little viewing platform. And for me, it just kind of stops me in my track from going into the merit category.
There's 78, and it's largely been said, and maybe a little different crop. Maybe waiting a few more minutes, maybe a different camera position would pull this into something a little more dramatic than it is here.
80 for the positives. I do see some blocked up blacks, and I don't really love the composition.
Yeah, excuse me. I was at 80 as well, and I'm starting to reconsider that score downward. The bridge, just to me, feels like it's tipping to the right. And then the large area of foliage to the left bottom is distracting for me as well.
Okay, my turn. I'm waiting for somebody else to speak, and I realize it's me. Okay, so so I was really excited with the bridge. It's probably because it looks so beautiful. I want to be there. I am going to, I don't see any blacked up blacks. Forgive me for that. I feel that the lighting is there. A little bit different time, then the sun will not be on that spot. I can see the white on top of the bridge, but I see that is atmosphere and it's coming towards us, which kind of makes sense for where the sun is positioned. So I feel that it's a strong merit, when it comes to that part of the building that is underneath, it's just adding to the story of the river going around, and the cables being there. If they would not be there, then the story will not make sense. So I am going to go with strong merit at 84, and I hope you join me.
Oops. Okay.
Final Flight of the Shadow Goose. 82. Standing guard. 82. The heroes of war. 86. Friday Night Light. 81. Thunder and Mist. 79. Tutti Frutti. 83. Now You See Me. 81. Naturally Curly. 86.
Challenge. Look at this delightfully scrumptious bougie flower. Oh my gosh, the lines taking us right into that beautiful center of interest. The play of the light against those
And what's your
petals.
score?
I was 93. Sorry, I thought I had said that. Anyway, gosh, so much nature and their color palette that they put together as maker to show this to us is just, I think is just superior. So I'd like to hear your opinions.
I was definitely at an 83, deserving of a merit. Love the color palette, love the leading lines. I think the maker did a really wonderful job. I might be able to come up on that, so I'm listening.
84, I really appreciate all the positives. What concerns me is the left half of the image, the cropping there, when cropped right into the tips of the leaves, it creates so much tension, draws us away. I'd rather it had been cropped outside the tips of the leaves or well inside the tips of the leaves, but that tension over there is really pulling me away from the beauty of the center.
83, want to really love this, but I'm disturbed by the one very hard shadow in the center of the flower towards the upper right corner, in contrast to the other soft shadows elsewhere.
Yep. 83. I couldn't go a whole lot higher because of what's just been stated by a couple of my colleagues.
87, I am absolutely loving this image. I felt that it was an excellent image. I wanted to go higher, but the cropping, I guess the composition, I felt the right of it. It was just I don't know, a lot of like a whole bunch of peacock that doesn't need to be there. It's just if we can crop it and give it a different, maybe crop a little bit on the right and cut that tension on the left, I feel that this image will be exceptional. That's all I
Pete,
got.
before
Well,
you do, wait, Pete, before
yeah.
you do the rebuttal, would you address also the hard line on the presentation on the outer edge on the left, as well as in the presentation in the upper right corner of the matting?
Gosh, I didn't even notice those. T just brought that out. I was gonna go, well, this is why we do this. Is clearly it impacted me differently than everyone else. I agree with all the comments, and then now seeing the technical that you're pointing out there, yeah, that needs to certainly be fixed. Gosh, so wonderful, and you always hate like, oh, I'm just so for this, but yeah, I got to go with what my panel says, and they were kind of merit, and then I sit there with now what's been brought up on the technical side of that, going, I realize this is a state versus going to go into something else, and now I'm in a tough spot here. So I'm going to go to 79 and tell the maker they've got a beautiful image here, but you've got some flaws there that would, I think, certainly prevent it from merit. So keep that in mind, but I'm going to 79.
80.
Just go with it.
Yep.
Forever Spring. 83. Sun Country. 86. Marble Pass. 76. Against the Flow. 80 with a majority challenge.
Somebody want to take this?
I'll take it. Yeah, it was at 86. Could potentially go higher. Just the whole thing without seeing all the detail, just the wonderful texture is really marvelous and nicely treated. And then you find the two little characters up in the middle there, and the goat and the human and whatever that is down in the bottom right. I think it deserves to be in the excellent category for the creativity of the approach.
Sorry about that. 76. I'm disturbed by the contrast between the oil paint filter areas and the photographic areas, and also by the along the left side, you can see that the technique has been missed in a very thin vertical all the way down.
Yeah, 78. In addition, I think I wasn't appreciating it as much as I could have had there been a presentation rather than a full bleed.
75, I just, perhaps I wasn't appreciating the technique that was used. I feel like that I can see the character with the animal and the person right there, and that part is very interesting, but then it comes all the way to the bottom right, and perhaps it's just too much or too little of it. I'm having a hard time getting the story.
76 for all the reasons stated.
I was at 84, really appreciating the surreal quality. I've been listening and appreciate all the positives and negatives in this. I probably will lower my score.
86, and I surrender. I think I'll drop from 86 to 81 in the merit categories. It was a very clever attempt, and I think it's missing on some of the points you've mentioned.
$79. Sunset on the Mountain. $85. Frozen Bubble. $85. Flashback.
Adilfa?
78. Springtime on the Quad.
I'll
We'll bring
jump.
it back.
Oh. Then we're
We'll
going
do
back.
this and then we'll go back. No, just finish this one and we'll go back.
Springtime on the Quad. $82.
Okay, we have a challenge.
Flashback.
Yeah, I had this at 83. I found it very, very impactful, and I guess I'm up there mostly for that ambiguous storytelling. What's the story here? There's something very emotional about it. All the red, the palette brings that emotion into it. What happened here? It really does create an ambiguous story, and I can anticipate what you're going to say, but still, bear in mind the impact and the intent of this image.
Okay, 76. Disturbed by the distorted image that's been inset into the window and the lack of consistency in treatment there. Also, we have a lot of blocked up blacks in the lower left quadrant.
Well, 76 as well, for those reasons, and a couple more. I felt that if it was cropped in a little bit more from the left, we're seeing on the top left corner and then down a vertical line. I'm guessing it's part of the frame of the window, but especially that light trap that's really distracting, as well as presentation, lack of presentation.
78 for the negatives.
Yeah, 74 average category. I was struggling with that chunk of white at the top left corner, and then the inconsistency of that. And then as we go on the window frame on the passenger, would appear the passenger side, like the right on the edge, it seems to be some sort of inconsistency with the technique too. So I was struggling with some technique execution.
I was at 78, and it's all been said.
Well, okay, I can't argue with anything that you said. I just still find it very impactful. Great storytelling. I think, yes, there's no treatment on that the subject through the window, because that's present time. He's reflecting on a flashback. I think it's a great attempt. I hope the maker was listening, so some of those things could be corrected or enhanced. And I will lower my score to a 79.
$78. Out cruising for chicks. $82. And that concludes the illustrative category. We are now entering the portrait category. Up first.
Okay. Hold on. Judges, just shake it just a little bit. Eyes, wiggle, get the illustration out of your mind. Yeah, do this. Okay, we're ready to go. New category.
Up first in the portrait category, Encounter of Pride. $81. Summertime Blues. $79. I Might Say Yes. $80. A Touch of Grace. $84. Never Forgotten. $83. We Put the Country in Cross Country. $85. Follow Me Into the Dark. $82.
Challenge. I'm at 77 in the above average category, and these folks do have a really captivating look, but I'm struggling with some of the distortion of their faces, and then it appears technically or technique wise that there's been some roundness taken off to like her wrists coming up. And so I'm just struggling to get to the merit category on a few things.
I was in the 80. I was at 82. I was in the merit category. The lighting's really beautiful. The woman's eye on camera left eyes are very captivating. Into the dark. The storytelling seemed to resonate with me. However, I'm listening.
Oh, wow. Yeah. 81. Wonderful characters, wonderful illustration of these characters. And I don't find enough wrong with it not to make me appreciate what a great illustration of these characters is in the merit category.
84. I think I was a little overly enthusiastic. I don't love the crop of the arm and hand there. And also, if you look at the camera right side of her face, there's a lock of hair that comes down and then ends abruptly, like there's a cutout problem.
Yeah, 83. I'm very much in favor of it in the merit category. It really fires on quite a few of the elements, the storytelling, the technical excellence. And I'm looking at detail in the highlights, detail in the shadows. This is one of those, in the presentation is, something that I think needs to be talked about as well, because it's a little bit of a departure from the norm, but really a lot of impact in this image.
78 for what it has been stated, and also that strong vignette that makes them look like they are in a tunnel. I have kind of issues with that. And on where the light and dark of the vignette goes, I'm seeing a little bit of banding or computer pacing over there. So those were my reasons.
Well, in rebuttal, I mean, it seems like we're kind of split here exactly where we're at. I'm just still struggling with her wrist, where it feels like it's been burned down and flattened out. I know that doesn't seem to be as much of a concern for others as it is for me, but I'm still going to be in the above average category at 77.
'81. Golden Goddess.
Mm.
82.
Challenge. Okay, so let's talk about this. I am totally in love with this image. I am at an 89. So I think the lighting is beautiful. Her expression is amazing. Her skin, her tonality, it's gorgeous. So let's talk about it.
Yeah, I was at 80 for merit. She's absolutely beautiful. I just felt that her pose was just a little static through the lower half of her body, and the specular highlight on her forehead could have been brought down a little bit, but I still think it's a merit image.
I was at 82 for all the reasons listed. I do kind of further expanding on the pose. There's something about her shoulders that is kind of, she feels like she's kind of pulling in. And, when you think of goddess, you think of something, as far as center of interest or storytelling, I feel like I'm not getting goddess.
I was at 80 and just over the threshold for a merit. I have a wonderful impact, a wonderful color palette, a wonderful face, tonality, all that. I love the specular highlights on both her shoulders and her forehead. I just think they need to be brought down so they're not, particularly on her forehead, so they're not so bright. But they do make a wonderful triangle there to bring us into the central part of the image.
80. I enjoy the contrast between the sort of bougie Louis Vuitton scarf that has been so carelessly tied. And one of the problems I see is that just below her chin, there seems to be a problem with the line of her shoulder. She's missing a chunk there.
80, it's been said.
Well, I will have to listen to the rest of my panel over here. When it comes to the shoulder and the pose, have you been in the world today? I mean, being a goddess is not as easy now as it used to be, by the way. So no wonder she stretched like that on her pose. Having said that, I will go with a merit. We all agree that this is a merit. So because I love this so much, I'm going to go with 84.
81. Icy Blue. 80. Soaring high in the sky. 79. Young and formidable.
'em. I only have a half a picture on my screen.
Is anybody else having technical issues?
Oh, got it.
80.
Challenge.
Well,
Is that okay?
no score. Hold on one moment, Adilfa. All of those scores are struggling to come in. I still don't have the final result. That just came in. Okay, now start.
Okay, so I am a 75 above average. You know, loving the expression of this child actually with so much attitude, but I am struggling with the technical excellence over here. When you look at camera left, her outfit is just totally blacked up, and it seems like it had the cape has been like a stretch, and I can see over there. The face, the coloration on the shadow size, maybe it was just brought up and it got the colorating there. Yeah, I'm having issues with the lighting, so let's talk about it.
Yeah, I was 81 in the merit category. I struggled myself, kind of going either way, and ultimately landed on the side of merit for the image. But I'd be interested to see what everyone else has to say.
I was at 79 in the average category. I'm a little confused over the lighting on her shoulder on camera left. I'm seeing a little bit of light, but I'm not seeing it in her hair. And so I'm also listening.
Well, a 78, and I'm not sure the split lighting quite like that is effective for her face. I think the her shadow side has been dodged, and there's a little color difficulty with that. And her camera left eye is so much smaller than her right. I think this pose, this very frontal pose, is really ineffective for this particular subject.
80, and the longer I look at it, the more problems that I see. I see skin tone issues. Her shoulder has a very olive cast to it. Her camera left hand has a very magenta. There are problems also with control of highlights on her camera right shoulder, and just generally, lighting could have been more skillful.
Yeah, 81 merit category, and starting to take into consideration the concerns that are being brought up. So I maybe make an adjustment for that.
Okay, so I mean, this is I will ask the maker to continue with this idea. I mean, this is a great idea. This is a great opportunity to get a merit and to get up there, but the technical and the blacktop lights and the blacktop shadows and everything else that we have talked about it, I will have to stay with, you know, let's go with 77, and that's it. Sorry, I forgot to push send. My apologies.
Waiting for their arrival. 82. Happy 13. $77. A sharp-dressed man. $79. Beaks unfurled. $80 with a majority challenge.
Somebody want to take that?
Sure.
Yeah.
I'd probably be the one. I was at 86, and I was just infatuated with the fact that it seems like a natural environmental capture, that it wasn't composed or styled or anything like that. Wonderful. I'm not fond of that black pole through their heads, but at the same time, I appreciate that. I think it's a genuine environmental capture, and a fascinating one at that.
I'm so sorry, I wasn't muted. Okay, so 78, and my main problem is that in the portrait category, you have to be very selective about what you include in the frame. So the camera left portion of that, I think that's another animal that's behind the second animal, is distracting to me.
Yeah, 77. I really think there's great potential for this image. I just did a visual crop from the bottom up, just underneath the whatever you call it, the gullet of the bird in the front, and then coming down from the top, kind of make a panel out of it, and then remove the distractions above the head and to the right, and smooth out the background. I think there's some potential here.
78 has been said.
77. The only thing I have to add is it just feels it's a little underexposed.
I'm at 80, and it's all been said.
All right, yeah, I'm clearly overzealous at 86, particularly with what's been said, and particularly with the category. I think maybe in reportage or illustrative might be a better category for this than portrait. But I'm glad the maker was able to hear what we said, and I'll drop my score to an 80.
$79. I'm not fat, I'm fluffy. $81. I put a spell on you. $80 with a majority challenge.
Yeah, I'll challenge it.
Hey, Rick.
Yeah, but 83, well into the merit category. I mean, the storytelling is certainly here. I especially like the choice of the color of the background, because it gives us that cold feeling, and the haze or fog or smoke or whatever you want to call it emanating from the bottom just adds to the whole story. Sharp lighting that I think is very appropriate for this particular subject matter, and the hair being the texture of the hair being exhibited by the lighting is handled well as also.
Well, I am a 78, and I don't know, I feel like the light is all bougie for the type of story you're trying to tell me? I mean, the light from the top, from the chin up, the lighting is perfect coming from the side, like a perfect portrait. And then from the chin down, the lighting is a little bit, is not consistent. So I'm having issues with connecting with the story.
77 above average category. I was struggling with the tonality of her hand holding the apple and trying to understand how that is so much darker than the hand that's holding her wrist that's brighter, when they appear to be taking the same amount of light, but the hand holding the apple should be closer. I just was struggling with that whole hand holding the apple.
I'm at 83. And I actually really enjoyed the storytelling in this image, even really down to a lot of the hair strands, that you would probably, she feels a little unkept and stuff, which plays into the story, I believe. And I agree with some of the negatives that's been said, so I'm listening.
Thom?
Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, 79 for positive and negative reasons. Yeah, I think the lighting, particularly on her torso and the palm of her hand, which has been mentioned, been burned down or so greatly, and then across her front, it's a totally different feeling than the light on her face, which has a good deal of direction, and across the front of her torso, it's very light. Good deal of post-production done with the fog. I'm assuming. I was not a big fan of the hair. I thought this could have been so more effective if there were a little more post-production, particularly with the hair, so that we brought into her face in the main part of the story a little bit more vignetting and a little less light on the lower torso. And that's a lemon, by the way, not an apple, which kind of contributes to the evilness of the story.
Okay, 78 for the choice of the wrong focal length. First of all, inconsistency of depth of field, especially on the camera left arm. She's got some extra joints in her camera right upper forearm, upper arm that give her some weird bends there. Posing of the hands and skin tones are problematic. You've got some browns, you've got some greens, you've got some magentas, and inconsistency of the application of the treatment throughout.
Okay. A lot of comments that have been made that I respectfully disagree with, because this is an unconventional subject, unconventional approach to this subject's personality and the story. I couldn't disagree more with the hair. I think it has to be frizzled or frazzled or whatever term you want to use, because that just describes or adds to the story. As far as her hand being dark, who knows what she has done, or touched or whatever prior to that. But I guess I'm just reading into this something really, really special, and that's why I chose to reward the maker.
What is your score?
3.
$80.
80.
Sundance. $77. Natural beauty. $80. The Master Toy Maker. 86.
Challenge. 93 superior. Composition, I love how they have placed this Santa or SC. I like what they've played with that. I really appreciate that they've matched the color of the light to the lamp, showing all these little masterful tools to use. And so let's discuss.
I was at 85 for all the positives stated, and I'm listening.
Oh, well, I was at 78, and I guess that it's not working quite the same for me. The degree of local contrast in his face is all missing. We don't have any sense of the beard or texture of the beard, texture of the hair. The blown out speculars on the forehead are quite distracting, as well as under the eyes. The lamp, the additive glow of the lamp, I think needs some help. And then I think the areas of the shirt that are blown out, I think the seam needs to be burned in across his torso. A number of things keep me out of the merit category.
87 for all the positives. What kept me from going higher is inconsistency of the hardness of shadows. If you look at the lamp and the train and the little horse, also, if that is a lamp that is casting light on the blocks, we need to see evidence of that on the front of the blocks.
84 couldn't really move a whole lot higher for the concerns that have been mentioned.
83 for all the positives, and to add to it on the left, I mean, everything is very consistent. The very overwarm of, I guess, who we're calling Santa over here, it doesn't play well to me. And if you look at the background on the top left, you have like a very spot that is a different color. It's like a very dark spot over there that is just keep pulling me there.
All right, I've been waving the white flag here. You're right. I still think I was way taken by the impact of it, I guess is what affected me. So I'm going to adjust down to the top of the merit category at 84.
'84.
84. And with that, we are going, it's noon in the Pacific, so it's time for a little lunch break. If you want, we'll be back at 35 past the hour.
Fantastic.
How's that?
We'll be back in about
Yeah, just
30
stick
minutes,
around.
everyone. Just want to do a quick reminder that we do have our spring conference coming up March 25th through 27th in Mukilteo, Washington, and early registration ends on the 15th. So you still have a few more days to register for our conference. And just a reminder, we do have a pre-con, Seniors Epic and High Impact Portraits, that's available, as well as a post-con, Intro to Photoshop Painting. So you can check out those details on our website, ppw.org. And we'll see you back in about 30 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. The judges are fed and happy, and we are jumping back into the portrait category. Up next, Polka Dot Belle.
Thom?
Well, press send, yes.
80. As the fog rolls in, I see you. $78. Average Joe. $79. Majority Challenge.
Majority challenge? Anybody?
Yeah, I'll take it. Right in the merit category at 80. Just a really clean, traditional portrait. We've got nice directional light coming in from camera right. The color harmony is handled well with the shirt against the foliage. Nice presentation. Just felt that it should be in the merit category.
80 merit category, great direction of light. Pretty simple image, but merit.
Yeah, it's above average. It's 77. Nice young man here. I just wish that they would have paid attention to taking his phone or his wallet out of the front part of his pants. We got those bulges and all of that. So I guess you tie that into some technical excellence on the posing.
I was at 80 and a solid portrait, and it's all been said for the positives.
Yeah, I was at 77. I'm not a big fan of the cropping. It would be through his knees, except they're obscured by some bushes. The pine tree on the back right, I don't think contributes to it at all. It competes with the main subject, but a nice, well done, above average portrait.
80, but I see a couple of mistakes now. Between the legs, there appears to be an area of selective blurring that looks very cut out, and same thing underneath the camera right arm and camera right wrist.
Rick, do you want to rebuttal? Are you okay?
No, I'm okay. Yeah, I'm fine.
Okay, revote.
$79. Resting on a log. $83. I am smiling.
Rosalind?
I'm having a phone problem. Hold on a second.
Okay, thanks.
Okay.
Oh.
78. Born to play baseball. $82.
Challenge.
Okay.
I am on a 78, and great expression, great image. I even love the bullseye composition. I'm having a hard time with the bottom left of his image and the extremely blacks in there. It I don't know, it's just like a whole bunch of nothing.
Yeah, I was an 86, excellent category. I thought this guy had an amazing expression, just pulls you in. In fact, I didn't even notice the lower half of the image. I would expect to see some dark areas there too, because it's so shadowed from the glove and all that. But gosh, what an amazing expression. Beautiful lighting on him and nice tonality in the black and white. I thought it was excellent.
I was in an 81, and it has really all been said.
As in 83, perhaps go higher based on that expression. I think there's a little over sharpening going on in his jersey and his glove, but I think the tonal range is handled well and the expression is great.
Yep. Excuse me.
80 for the positives. I would have liked to see a little bit more of the camera left accent light continue down his camera left shoulder and arm and side.
Yeah, I was in the merit category at 82. Yeah, I could probably be talking to going up a little higher. I just felt that the lighting was superb on this image, and then the storytelling. I'm just getting the feeling that maybe that glove was bequeathed to him by dad or grandpa or somebody. But well done.
Well, in rebuttal, you know what? I'm gonna listen to my panel, and I am just gonna assume that what I saw on the bottom left was just fungus. So I'm gonna go to the merit, and I am gonna go with an 83. Thank you.
'84.
Well done.
Wild Goat's Last Stand. '81 with a majority challenge.
Somebody want to take that?
I'll take it.
Okay. Is that an official challenge?
Challenge.
Okay.
Okay, so I am at 87. And I might be by myself over here, but I absolutely I love the flow of these. The mountains goes up and down. So you might say the mountain seems like it's sloping, but I don't think so. I think it's just the way that it's looking. I love the conversation. Some of them are looking at each other. Some of them are looking at the camera. The tonality is awesome. So let's see what you got to say.
78 above average. Gosh, I wish it just had a lot less presentation to it, because it seems like it's visually giving me an underexposed feel to it, and preventing me from getting in and really enjoying those goats. But it's just a near miss for me.
I was at 78. I really am feeling like there should be a little more local contrast in the goats' faces. I just kind of feel like there's so much that's missing in this image that I'm not able to pick up, because their faces are, there's just lacking something in their faces.
78, I agree entirely. Just a little less density in the animals themselves. The environment's perfectly handled, but the goats need more definition.
83, love the posing, would like a little bit less foreground so that the horizon isn't right down the middle.
78 for what's been said.
Okay, so I am gonna consent to my panel over here. I still think this is a great image, and hopefully the maker is listening and they can do more, start all over with this image and listen to everything into consideration. I'm gonna go to 79.
'79. Girly dog in a log. 81. Lost Love. 81. I think so. 82. Peekaboo. 80 with a majority challenge.
Challenge. I'll take it. Was it 83 solid merit? Not sure if that's a sloth or what, but I really like how the makers got that position right there in that PowerPoint. And leading lines composition, taking us around with the foliage. I thought it was a merit.
I was at a 79. I was a little confused by some of the lines and stuff I'm seeing in the leaves, and I kind of realized this is probably stylistically done, but I am listening.
Yeah, I was at 78. There's so much local contrast to the leaves and the surrounding areas, and then we get to the animal, the creepy little animal, and there's just not enough local contrast in there to make him the center of attention.
78. I felt that the texture applied as an overlay is a little bit heavy-handed. There are a couple of cyan splotches in the upper right corner, as well as on the critter's nose, which is somewhat unexplained, and a little bit over saturation.
Yeah, I was in favor of this in the merit category at 84. I think the composition is very, very strong. I like the contrast of the coat of the animal against the greens in the scene. I just think it's put together quite well.
Okay, so I feel like it's the resolution, like perhaps it's like a very small resolution where the little critter over here is like, I don't know if it's really in focus or if it's just very low resolution over there. Plus, the cyan and the oversaturation and all of that, I feel that we will be sending the wrong message. So that's why I am at 75.
Yeah, and rebuttal, saturation and sharpness and all that. I guess we all see it differently, but stylistic choice and style is one of the maker's choice on it. Might not be what we would do, but I think that we still need to reward a maker in doing something maybe in their own style and show us. So I'm still firmly at the merit. So I'll still be at 83.
'81. Golden Girl. 78. Ice Queen.
'Thom?
Well,
82. The limbs of the tree and its shiny leaves. 76. Swipe right, ladies. $82. Honor. $88.
Challenge. Next category, 92. Man, this is so compelling. You see that great directional lighting, the expression on the face, composition is handled extremely well. There's definitely storytelling in this image. I like the way the light falls off so that we don't have brightness on his hands, but yet we still see the grittiness of it. This is beautiful.
88, and as soon as I push, I was thinking that maybe I went too low, so thank you for challenging it. Love everything you say, and that expression and the lighting on the face, it's amazing.
86 for everything that's been stated.
I was 83, and I believe I've underscored this.
I mean, at 88 for everything that's been said, the lighting, the expression are wonderful, and I especially like the way all the detail of the styling and costuming has been subordinated to that face. I do wish it had been a more environmental background or something other than studio, but it's I could go up.
85, and I think I was a little harsh on the skin tone issues.
Well, sounds like we're pretty much in the same camp, so I'm going to stay at my 92.
$92.
Good job.
Bountiful Harvest. $86. Classical Sass. $79. Seriously Cute. $77. Eager Eaglets.
Hmm.
Uh-huh.
$81. Fall's Embrace. $76.
Challenge. I'm actually at 69 below exhibition standards. I'm not finding, she's a beautiful little girl here, but I'm not finding anything sharp in the image. I'm not finding any directional light. I'm not finding any presentation. So help me understand where we're even in the above average category, and help me out.
Phil?
Oh, me?
Yeah.
Oh,
you're up
sorry.
next.
I thought, okay. I was 79, and what was keeping me out of the merit category was that orange distraction in the back. Of course, the lack of presentation as well. But that all has been said. And so anyway, I'm listening.
74, and it's been said.
78, and it's been said.
77, ditto.
74, it has been said.
Well, I'm gonna stay at below exhibition standards because I'm not finding any of the elements in play here. And just say that, it's a good place to, put one in and get that, but I'm at 69.
$70. Waiting for my people. $82.
Challenge.
Friendly fitness.
We'll come back, Adilfa.
What was the title again, Chris, please?
Friendly fitness.
Thank you.
$78. Are we returning to an image?
Yes, there was a challenge on waiting for my people.
All right. Waiting for my people.
Okay, I am a 76, and I believe this one merit. So I want to make sure that I am not totally off over here. I feel that the face of the dog and the paws, that little spot in the middle, it's beautiful. But I feel like almost like the light was too forward, and the back got totally so dark, and that very, very strong vignette all around it, that it's just take away from the image. And then the coat of the dog on the right and on the left, where it's black, it's just totally no detail whatsoever. Am I seeing this wrong?
So I was at 86, excellent category, like compositionally how the dog was. In fact, I almost thought that maybe the light was almost brought in to profile to kind of bring it around. And what kept me from going higher were exactly your concerns on the dark areas. But I thought color harmony and composition, it all worked in the story.
I was at 83 and love the storytelling, love the lighting. I really, I understand the concerns, so I'm listening.
Was at 80. I think the animal is very well portrayed. I don't think the blacks are too dark. They are lighter than the D-Max of the presentation. On the other hand, I do wish the background had been thrown out of focus a little bit. There's an awful lot of texture back there competing with our interest, and then the bottom left half of the fabric beneath the animal, I think, would have been served well if it had been toned down.
84, and I'm listening.
Yeah, 78. I really struggled getting this into the merit category, which is why I landed at 78. I'm just not seeing a strong directional lighting. It just appears pretty flat to me. And then the fabric and pillow or whatever it is the dog's sitting on just leans to the right and just makes a very uncomfortable feeling. Yeah, I struggled with this one.
Okay, well, I agree. The dog is amazing and his posing is amazing. I am struggling with the lighting, and so I am going to vote my conscience, and I appreciate some of the positive that you say, so I'm going to go with 78, and you all vote your conscience.
Time out, please.
All right.
Let's finish this.
Quick. Waiting for My People, a score of 80. Up next, a main event. $77. Waterfall Symphony. $78. Sometimes a girl just needs her mother. $79. Daddy, Let's Dance. $79. Life in the Fast Lane. $85.
Great title.
Mosaic Mood. $75. Hurry up, we're late.
And
80 with a majority challenge.
Somebody
Yeah,
want to take that?
Beg pardon?
Does anybody want to officially challenge it, or should I assign it?
I'll challenge it.
Okay, good.
Yeah, I feel like better. Gosh, I'm in the next category at 86. The storytelling on this is just fantastic. I like the way the presentation was left open on the left and the right to give the birds a place to go, to enter and to lead. I'd like to know what I'm missing.
Well, I don't know about you, but the little bird in the front, I am a 78, by the way. The little bird in the front is missing his knickers. And the presentation, to me, it's not adding to it, it's distracting, but the little bird in the front, I can see like a halo or like a white line all around it. Maybe it's environmental, and if that's the case, somebody educate me on it, but that's my biggest issue with that.
I was a 78 above average category. Thanks for explaining the presentation. I guess I didn't realize, and I'm guessing now it was done with intent, so I'll reevaluate that, and I'm not seeing the line that was just described. So
I was at a 78. I actually really like the presentation, but what holding me back is I am seeing a white line along the front of this bird, as Adilfa mentioned. Also seeing it along the bottom of the wing of the bird in this camera center, and interestingly, I'm not seeing it on in the bird number 2 from the left, but I'm not seeing it in the seagulls, which is I'm a little distracted and confused by that.
79, it's been said exactly.
80, sloping horizon, it's been said.
Okay, well, comments well taken. Might have been a little bit I don't know, galactic in my enthusiasm. So I will come down to the merit category and take it to 84.
$80. Albert Sings the Blues. $80 with a majority challenge.
Somebody want to take it? Okay, I'm assigning it to Adilfa.
I was smiling over here. Okay, so I am at an 84, deserving of a merit. I think this is really cool. It's, you know, the selective color going. I think the part of the gel of the red going in one side, being very careful to keep it away from the other side. I think it was very intentional, and the expression on this little guy, it's really cool.
Yeah, I was at 78, above average. It is a creative piece, but I guess the microphone was commanding more attention than anything else for me.
I was at 81, and I'm really am enjoying this image. I'm really enjoying that color, the color harmony in there. And you know, I was initially trying to decide whether I was distracted by the red, but I'm really not. I think it's really adding something to that very nightclub type of scene, and you know, the way the blues play into the storytelling. I'm actually considering going up.
Yeah, I was at 77. Yeah, the microphone is so big. Had it been smaller and darker, I think it would have helped, and more in front of the dog. And it really helped if the dog was belting the bark right into the microphone. And then the background, I think for a nightclub scene, for a blues scene, that bright blue background needs to be brought down significantly to make it work for me.
77, as you guys know, I'm in favor of magenta hair, but just because everybody's doing gels doesn't mean you should. There is color contamination that's unexplained, and from the front two paws, there's a diagonal line up and to the right, which is also unexplained.
78, it's been said.
Rebuttal, Adilfa?
Oh,
no, I assigned it.
you
Just
assigned it.
rescore. Sorry.
$79. Last Team Supper.
Thom?
Oops, I'm so sorry.
82.
Challenge.
I know Pete was one of my challengers. Who's my other one?
Me, Rosalind.
Rosalind.
Give it to Rosalind.
Either I'm going to give to Rosalind.
I will try not to cough at you. Okay, 77, we have a lot of direction of light conflicts. We have shadow conflicts, cutout problems. We're just falling down in the technical all over the place.
Rick?
Yeah. And I'm picking up on that now, because I was in the excellent category at 87. I just thought the theme of the whole image was so well handled and conceived. Yeah, I'm going to have to listen to my colleagues and see what their comments are.
I was at 80, going up and down like crazy. Love the concept, and that's why I was just barely on the merit. Looking at it closing that lighting on the face is very inconsistent.
Yeah, I was at 77, the above average category. Yeah, I'm struggling for what appears to be a composite here that we're meriting it. The shadow on the soccer ball in the middle, the shadow is inconsistent. The scale of it seems off. Either it's like a really ginormous ball or a really small coach there. And just the scale of some of the bottles and the shadowing around some of the plates. So I think they're onto a great concept, let alone what's been said about the lighting. But I'm struggling to merit something that has got so many issues where they have full control over the compositing, if it is indeed that. But
I was at an 85, and I'm really glad this was challenged, because the more, I was really just blown away by this initially and how creative it was. And the longer I look at it, the more problems I'm starting to see. Inconsistent lighting from the coach to the rest of the team. That's a big one. Very kind of an interesting thing. And I saw this after I hit the send button. The girl third over from the coach to the right, she's got her hands kind of up and sort of floating in midair, but she looks like she's resting her hands on something. So I feel like I'm going to be going down on this one significantly.
81, and I feel like I overscored it on the basis of concept, and the more I look at it, the problems continue to mount.
Okay, so I don't really see anybody speaking for the image. I'll just point out one more thing. The scale of the heads is completely inconsistent. Look at the girl to the right of the coach. Her head is very small, and look at some of the other heads and the size of them. So I'm remaining at 77.
$78. The Queen's Guard. $78. I have my eye on you. $81. Half French plus half poodle equals French poodle. $80 with a majority challenge.
Anybody want to challenge it, or should I sign it? Okay, it's assigned to Phil.
I was at 83. I really do love this image. I love the simplicity of the pose. I love the story that goes into this. The storyline is just really says very French, and so a lot of great things. Beautiful black and white. A lot of great things going about it. Let's talk about it.
79, I fell just short of the merit, primarily for reasons of contrast, and with a wardrobe and with the hat boxes and a very bright blouse, and the very bright face in the young woman, that just kind of drawing away from the story rather than contributing to it.
82, and it's been said.
Yeah, excuse me, 78. I'd have to agree, and it just appears to me that there's a little bit of a shadow camera left of the top part of the little gal's body. So I don't know if that's because she's close to the background, or maybe it should have been pulled out from it just a little more.
77, and to add to what you all have been said, this is a black and white image, but I can see like a lot of like magenta on the background, like some decoloration around it. So to me, it's a great concept, but maybe especially on the little dog, like the contrast have been pulled so far that is not adding to the image. But my main issue is that the coloration around that vignette that is on the child.
Yeah, I was at 77 and above average as well, and I too thought it was a little poppycock on how that background looked, but I do like how the dog looks like he's looking for a Snickers.
Okay, revote.
'78. Her turbulent devotion.
What was the title again?
Her turbulent devotion. '78. The hand that feeds.
Oops, sorry.
'78. Bullfrog bogged down. '79.
Challenge. Let's talk about this. I am an a merit, and yes, I believe that the background is the presentation is a little bit too bold, and I don't know. I am not that familiar with this type of frogs. I don't know if the saturation is how it's supposed to be, but I do see for a wet subject and a leathery skin on this frog, I think that the maker did a pretty decent job.
Yeah, I was at 78 in the above average category, and yeah, I that stroke line is commanding a lot of attention, especially with all the contrast, and it does pull away from those amazing eyes, and for that, because that's what it's in front of us, I was at above average.
I'm at 77. Again, it's been said. I think in addition to that, the hard lighting is yes, I know it's a wet subject. I know it's leathery, but it's still a lot of speculars, and I'm kind of lost in them.
I was 82 and overzealous. I really love the concept and the execution. However, all the speculars, if it were just printed down, and particularly the highlights diminished quite a bit, I think it'd be a lot more effective.
78, very distracted by the fine white lines that are here, there, and everywhere.
Yeah, above average 77. It really needs to be printed down a lot more, in my opinion, so that that fungusy background would have a little more character.
So and part of my fight with myself is if we print this down a lot, then those shadows are going to be so dark that we're going to have issues with that. So you all vote your conscience. I feel that this is not an excellent image, but I feel there is a merit. So I'm going to stay at 82 because I think with the difficulty of the subject, I think the maker did a pretty decent job. However, hopefully it's listening and can do even better on the post-production. Thank you.
79. Romance novel. 78. Pulling my sister out of the darkness. 81. Country cutie. 81. Ethereal stargazer. 79. Patriarch. 83. Thumbelina.
'Rosalind?
80. Artistic lean. 78. Putting a spell on you. 76. Electric. 81.
Challenge. I'm at the top of the excellent category, 89. I actually love the storytelling here. Electric, static electricity making his hair go everywhere. Kind of reminds me kind of a rocker guy, yet maybe kind of a scientist and the same thing. Great light, great expression, nice tonality on it. It screams excellent to me.
I was at an 80. I really beautiful tonality. I like the fact that the hair is electric, and so I am listening.
I was at 81, and I'd love to go higher. And could, if were the highlights in the face not so extreme, I'd love to see those brought down. Not the hair, just the highlights on the face and the skin. Maybe that light brought around just enough so we get a little bit more light in his eyes.
78, and I think I'm a little bit low, but I would have preferred a different lighting design.
Yeah, I was above average as well at 78, and I certainly can consider going up. The issue with me as well was the light. I don't have a problem with the split lighting, but just the brightness of the light. Excuse me.
My turn?
Yes.
All right. So, well, I am a 78, and I was going at the beginning, wow, this guy is like a magma of rat material. So let's give him a high score. And then I look around and I see 1, 2, 3 that I can sell that spot on the on the sensor. So it looks like a spot on the sensor on the background, and that goes to the technical excellence. Other than the highlights on the forehead being a little bit too strong, when I see the sensor duty, I felt technical excellent, and I fell in a 78.
Well, gosh darn those sensor spots. Gosh. So because of that, I'm going to adjust down to 79. But man, I love so much about it. Hopefully Maker sees all of that and yeah, tone on those highlights. But yep, 79.
79. He's my friend from work.
Thom?
Oops.
81.
Challenge. I'm at 78 on this, and maybe you guys can walk me through this, but the bottom part of the presentation, we're kind of black, and then it looks like it's been kind of erased out, and then we got this sharp line on the right hand side that goes up about midway almost to his shoulder. So I'm just seeing technical excellence here on the presentation.
I was at 80. I really enjoyed the tonality, the technique that was used, the sepia tone, real controlled, really good, well-controlled black and white. There was a few things holding me back from going further, the foreshortening in his arm, the puckered up around the button, and a little spot on his jacket. But I am listening.
I was at 79. I had a great title. I would give it 5 more points just to print it down about a stop. And then I didn't even notice the flaw in the presentation, but that needs to be addressed as well.
80. We have multiple catch light issues, and the dog is slightly overexposed, and we have lost edges in the darks.
Yeah, 81 in merit category, and it's all been said.
84 for all the positives and waiting to re-evaluate.
All right, 78. For my concern, it's been, I'd see others had seen it. So yeah, 78.
78.
And with that, we need to take our hourly pause. Can you put us on
All right, ladies and gentlemen, we're back, and we do have a quick announcement from Allison.
Yeah, we just like all good things, have to stay flexible in life and roll with what goes on. We've had a little bit of internet issue coming from the area surrounding Rick Avalos. So for the next duration of the little while, the part of Rick Avalos will be played by Allison Watkins.
Stunt double. All right. And up next in the photo open in the portrait category, we are Dancer in Red. $78. Easter Lily. $77. Olive sided flycatcher sighted. 83. One piece at a time. 83. Sweet and sassy.
Oh, I assume this is an album and we should click through at our own pace, correct?
This is an album, and yes, judges, please click on your viewer. You'll see on the left side, you'll be able to flip through them.
Yep, on the upper left, click through at your own pace.
'82. Too cool for high school. 79. I don't do Mondays. 82. Hudson's Montage.
'Thom? Oh, there.
90.
Challenge. I'm at 100, folks. Wow. What an incredible composite here of Hudson. I think that's what his name was. Gosh, beautiful lighting all the way across. What, I don't know if this is high school senior or whatnot, what baseball player would not love to have an art piece like this? It's exquisitely done. So I'm sure you'll help me understand why I'm high, but let's talk about it.
Well, I scored it an 81. I might have been just a little low, but I'm really on the composition. I feel a little tension on the right-hand side where his knee is really close to the mat line. And then of course there's something right on the corner that's touching it. So I'm a little distracted by that. It feels like it just could use a little more space on the right. And the cropping just seems a little tight to me.
Yeah, I was at 82. Yeah, I feel the same way. The cropping is much too tight. I have a little problem with the variations in size of the players. I would have picked a theme for how you size them. And the lighting direction, we have lighting direction on the two profiles are one direction, everything else is coming from the other direction. So it's very effective and very impactful, but I think it's short of a higher category for me.
87. Sorry, 87. I love many things about it. I think we need a little bit more headroom for the second figure on the left. There also appears to be a black line that goes around across knee level of the first figure on the left, and there are shadow density inconsistencies.
I had this at 92. I was also enamored with it. I'm taking into consideration all the comments. The way I work is the composition and the differing sizes are kind of what I love. It feels like a wave where I start from the left with the players looking towards the right, and then I go through the middle, and then by the time I get to the right, that guy in the crouch kicks me right back to the middle, and I follow the middle guy's leg down right back up. I'm in a constant circle the entire time. I love the tonal qualities. I enjoy the variation of size of people. I think it tells a great story. And the line on the dude on the left, those are seams in his pants, at least that I'm understanding, because those there's a double stitched black line on the uniforms.
Okay, so I am at 88 and perhaps I am too low. I remember there was a mention of the guys on the left and guys on the right lighting coming from different angle. But the way that I see it, you know, like Allison said about them coming round and round, you go, the guys on the three guys on the left of the guy that is looking straight at the camera, the lighting is coming from someplace. And the guy straight on the camera has a little bit of a split lighting. The guys on the right, the lighting is coming from the other side. So it kind of looks consistent to me with lighting in the background. So it looks very believable, and I feel like I am too low.
Hang on.
Yeah, so in rebuttal, I'm taking this as an art piece. I think this is the same kid. 11, the title's name is Hudson. I see 11 on the batter, and when he's standing up here in the kind of in the middle. It's I'm taking this as an art piece, a stylistic choice to show him in all these different positions. And so, yeah, the light, I think that they've taken an artistic choice to kind of change that up a little bit, to add how it's been described for us to move through the image, that this isn't just one single frame as it would be, but to show some visual interest. And I think that they've done this oh so well, and to vary the height on this montage to Hudson. Gosh, the quality of the skin is just absolutely amazing, but we still get some texture and grit from being a catcher. He's so prominent and so confident in every single one of these poses. Yeah, I mean, I know that there was also a comment about there being tension because they're in so close. Yeah, it's an art piece. They want to draw us in there. They want to keep us confined in there to see all those amazing expressions. And so again, I'm taking that as a stylistic choice. Overall, I think this is really handled well. I was at 100 out of the gate, guys. I still feel really good about that. I appreciate everyone's position on wherever they're at, but that's where I'm at. So I'm at 100.
$96.
And can we pause? We need to pause, Chris.
Yep. Quick break. And we're back in the photo open in the portrait category. Up next is Mary Grace. '89.
Challenge. I believe I am in the next category. Yes, I had to double check to make sure I wasn't. You know, I am totally in love with this image. Her eyes, her expression, this pencil drawing, the presentation. I am at 92 and I am feeling like I am lost. So
86, excellent. At this point in time, I have no reason not to join you.
I'm at 84 in the deserving of a merit, and I believe I could go up.
Yes, I was at 89 and my score pad is failing, but I was at 89 and have no reason not to go up.
92 for all of the positives. The only thing that held me back from going higher is what appears to be a highlight on the camera right side of her neck that looks like it's bulging.
I was at 88. I'm happy to come up. The only thing that kept me from going higher originally is I just didn't care much for the presentation of her kind of sort of dead set. I would have maybe liked a different presentation on that, but that's not enough to hold it back from the next category.
okay. So
I'm sorry, could someone give me the password so I don't have to fumble around looking for it? PBW what?
Hold on just 1 second. We're going on a quick break. And we're back on that one. Quick tech trouble.
So rebuttal by Adilfa.
all right. Okay, well, not much of a rebuttal. Everybody is very, very okay with going higher. The only thing that I heard is a little bit bulge by her neck. I don't know exactly what you're referring to, you know, underneath the chin. When you turn your head, there's usually a little wrinkle that goes there. That's the one that I can think of. The collarbone being out, perhaps if that is what we're talking about, that is just makes it look gorgeous, and it makes some of us envy that she actually can show her collarbone. So I am absolutely in love with this image. I don't see any reason for us not to go higher, so I am gonna be at 95.
Okay.
94. And we have concluded the portrait category. We are now entering the wedding category. Up first in the wedding category, the calm before the storm. '80 with a majority challenge.
Somebody want to take it? Okay, I'm assigning it to Phil.
I was in an 82, and I think this is beautifully composed. The lines of the pews are just leading me right up into this bride. It is kind of an old school bridal shop, but I think very well done. Like how she's placed against the altar. Yeah, let's talk about that.
Yeah, I was at a 78, and I feel like the lighting's kind of specular and straight ahead and not as flattering as it might be. And then I think the shutter needed to be dragged a little more to bring a little more of the ambience of the church into it. It seems kind of underexposed in the background.
78 for lack of impact and the handling of the shadows and highlights.
Oh, 77. Besides what's already been said, I felt that the upper left-hand corner with keeping that ceiling decoration in was very distracting. And I just wish that the color temperatures between the background and the subject were a little bit more consistent.
I am a merit at 84, and the main reason is because this is a wedding image, so I am assuming that this photographer had split seconds to create a reasonable, beautiful image, very traditional of this bride. I can see a little things that they could have done better. But if this is like every wedding I photographed, they'll tell me I have 2 hours and give me 5 minutes. I think that this maker did a great job.
78 above average category. Agree that could have been cropped a little tighter from that distraction in the upper left.
Okay, revote.
Need a jury chair, thumbs up, thumbs down.
Thumbs up.
80. I'll be ready in 5.
Rick says he's back. You want to check to see if he's in the waiting room?
Oh, there's Rick.
Hey, should we score this here?
Rick, are you, hold on, Rick, let's do this image and then we'll deal with that.
Yes.
$80.
Okay.
Are we taking a quick break?
Pause. One quick pause.
Okay.
Let's do it.
All right, and we're back. And next up in the wedding category, party on. $77. Are they done yet? $81. Anticipation. $79. Wind it back. $78. Woodland mermaids. $78. And that concludes the wedding category. We are now starting with the artist category. Inside of this category, we'll have illustrative, restoration, and portrait. I'll be reading along with the title what subcategory they are inside of the artist category. Up first in the illustrative category, The Glory of October. $81. In the restoration category, Don't Cry Over Spilled Coffee, hand-colored restoration. $83. In the illustrative category, I'll Just Call You Blue. $88. In the restoration category, Cat P. Mishap, 1981. $84. In the restoration category, Good Night, 1899. $85. In the illustrative category, Tiger in the Grass. $84.
Challenge. So I am at an 88. I am thinking that this is a very well done job. I can see where they started, and I can see how the tiger on the face, the expression, those eyes. So let's talk about it.
I was at 78, above average category. Yeah, I looking at the journey and that we have the tiger, and I see the grass and kind of showed some intermediates of what they put in on the highlights and shadows. But I guess for me, I'm just struggling how the journey that they took us on, other than just putting some grass and changing basically just painting the background out. So but I have my mind open, and I'll listen to everyone's comments here.
I was an 81, and for reasons that have been said, also I realize the light is coming from that way, but it feels like some of the highlights under the tiger kind of in relation to the face, they seem a little dingy to me.
I was at an 83. I think a lot more could have been done with the grass, and including possibly cropping off 10% of the bottom. Also, with the direction of light, judging from the index print, the directional light could have been modified either way. I'd much prefer to see this cat with his head towards the light rather than away from it. And as such, the backside of the cat's been diminished enough. There's a difference in the character of light between that on his face and that on his rear flanks.
84, many things to love about this image. The only thing that held me back from going higher is the lack of plane of focus in the grass that would match the focus on the tiger.
84, exactly those reasons.
Okay, so I am really in love with this, but I am going to defer to you all. So I am going to, maybe he's just looking and see if his squad is coming to follow him. So I love the look of his face, and I love everything about it, but I am going to defer to you all, and I am going to go 84, deserving of, a merit.
'84. In the portrait category, no strings attached. '84.
My better challenge. I was at 90 on this, right out of the box. Not even take enough time to look and inspect it for flaws, but I immediately thought it's so well done. Both subjects making eye contact with the camera, which I think is interesting, and the shadows, the contact shadows of the puppet underneath are very well done, as are the strings and the placement, and no obvious signs of selection. I had it in a much higher category, second higher category.
Oh, I'm so sorry. 81, I really love the top half of the image. I think where this falls down is the bottom half of the image. I don't see the contact shadows, and the cast shadows are completely wrong. There's soft shadows in conflict with the hard shadows. So I think there are many technical problems in the bottom half.
Yeah, I was a merit at 82, and I certainly wanted to go much higher. I just had a concern with the lighting. We've got really great lighting on both of them, but it's just not consistent, especially with the box that or the opening that's lighting him. I have to wonder where that light is coming from the stage.
So I am on an 83, but I mean, supposedly he's over there controlling the bottom. If you see the girl in the bottom or the puppet, it's a lot lighter and there's so much light going over there. So I am going to assume that through that hole that he has the beard on, that light is coming from bottom to the top, which is consistent with the light on his nose and his eyes. So I can see the lighting going from the bottom to the top. I am for this image, and I'll continue to deliberate.
Yeah, I was at 82. I think it's a solid merit. I think there's a lot of things that have been pointed out, but I guess the perspective seems to be a little off with the stage, maybe the stage roof, and maybe that's what's causing some of the issues with the lighting and whatnot. And then, gosh, I wish there was like one other type of puppet string to her head or whatever, because you got all these appendages that move except for the head, and her head's tilted a little bit, and it's like somehow that's for the story for me that it would be. But I'm not a merit, but those are the things that I was conflicted with.
I was for the merit at 85, and for all the reasons said.
Oh, my rebuttal? No?
Yep, you're up.
Oh, yeah. Of those things mentioned, yeah, the lighting, I think, is very consistent. The stage lighting behind that overhead curtain, he's being lit from below by ambient light from the stage, and the stage lights behind the curtain. She's being lit from above by those same lights. I think the perspective is just right between the top of the stage and the stage floor. Very close anyway. I'd have to draw guides to inspect it. I don't have any problem with her shadows. I think her shadows are well done. There's a soft shadow against the curtain of her entire body. Contact shadows below the shoes are darker and heavier and fade as they move to the left. Boy, it has such tremendous impact, tremendous eye contact, and the fact that and I'm making up stories now, but the fact that there's not a string attached to her head. If you look at her face, that's where we come to in the entire image. And the fact that there's no string attached to her head, that gives her some agency, that this puppet is not entirely a puppet. There's some agency to this puppet. I like it conceptually. I think it's well done technically, and in light of your concerns, I'll drop my score to high end of the excellent category. I'd say an 89.
In the portrait category, Hey Little Red Riding Hood. '83.
Oh gosh, I have to challenge again. Yeah, I have this at an 88. What a complete comprehensive transformation from the index image. We can see how it's used, but the transformation is so great. It's a really unique approach. I haven't seen it before. I love the way the patterns are blended in without taking us away from the center of attention, from the central subject. And again, a completely unique kind of treatment. It's a mixture of treatments, and again, all those patterns and stuff, that kind of Klimt-like patterns around the animal. I think it's a phenomenal, and I'm very comfortable at 88 and contemplating going higher.
78. I don't get it. It looks very much like an auto paint to me. I'm disturbed by the sort of cyan shadow areas on the camera left, behind the camera right ear, and down the camera right side. I think those could have been better handled.
Yeah, I was at 81 in the merit category. I thought this had really a unique approach and impact. I just wasn't, the that taken with it overall to take it into the next category. And I understand, you know, the teeth against the black opening of the mouth, but they just stand out so brightly and just draw my attention.
Well, I was at 78, but I am staying extremely open-minded. Go.
Yeah, I was at 83, solid merit. Lots to enjoy on what they've done. I guess I wish I could have seen a little more intermediate on what they've done to eliminate any kind of suspect of anything, but it is unique. I do like the color palette that they've done, and it's a solid merit for me.
I was at 84, and I really do love the transformation that took place. I still even wonder if perhaps I should have scored higher. Again, this is an art piece. This is not necessarily a you know, a reflection of reality necessarily as it did in the print, but I think I can really appreciate what the maker has done to transform this image and give us something new and exciting to look at.
Well, okay, then I think it comes down to a matter of impact. It has more impact for me than perhaps it has for you. I don't see it as being auto-painted. I see there's a lot of makers' consideration to this. And I know this is going to be an issue that's coming up more and more frequently, but I think it was done with the maker's intent. I love the palette. I love the really unique look to it. And I want to praise originality whenever I see it. And I think this is original. I haven't seen this kind of treatment before. And again, this almost an homage to Klimt in parts of the image with those patterns. And it has great impact for me. I haven't heard anything seriously technically wrong other than not maybe fully appreciating the impact that I have. So I'll hold my score at 88 and you will score as you will.
'87. In the restoration category, William Billy the Bear Sherwin.
Oops.
86. In the illustrative category, Porcelain Petals. '85. In the illustrative category, How Do You Like Them Apples? '84. In the portrait category, Queen of the Ladies' Court. '85. In the illustrative category, Oh, That's the Spot. 87.
I better challenge.
Take it away.
And I'm holding it down clearly, and I look at this in the artist category, which has a lot to do with degree of difficulty and the technique and the success of the technique that's been done. And pretty much I'm seeing a dropped-in background with a rock enhanced for the bird to stand on and punched up the contrast. I'm not sure, for me, there's not enough degree of difficulty in this category. I think it would do well in the illustrative category, but not so much in the art category. So I can move, but I want to know your opinions in terms of degree of difficulty.
Did you say what was your score?
79.
I was at 88. I enjoy the addition of direction of light done in the post and the rendering of textures.
Yeah, I was at 86, excellent category. I thought everything was brought together extremely well, and especially in terms of the lighting that was enhanced from the index image to the final image, and the shallow depth of field that was rendered as well in the background.
Adilfa?
Oh, my turn. Sorry, I'm waiting for my turn. I am an 87, and I can see your point with the degree of difficulty. The background was painted very, very nice. I saw they brought from a very cool image and perhaps very flat lighting, and they made it into a very sharp lighting. Like it communicates a lot of happiness and vibrance, totally in contrast with what we had to begin with. So.
Yeah, I was at 89, top of the excellent category for everything that's been said. I actually, the addition of the lighting or augmenting it to give it some depth and dimension.
Was it 87 at the excellent category for all the reasons stated?
Well then, I can't argue with you. I will move my score into the excellent category, and it is a wonderful transformation from the index image. So I'll score it at 87.
88. In the restoration category, treasured family memory. 85. In the illustrative category, The Death of Darkness. 88. In the illustrative category, Face to Vase, A Budding Friendship. 80 with a majority challenge.
Majority challenge. Does anyone want to take it?
I'll take it.
Okay.
Okay, so I am at a 77, and when I from what it came on I'm looking at the two ladies. I mean, the hair on the lady on the left and the hair of the lady on the right. One is very carefully placed. One is a little bit, raggedy, for the lack of a better word. Please forgive me if that's the incorrect word to say. And I just don't see, the impact that I guess I am missing it.
Yeah, I was at 74 in the average category. I guess I didn't really quite understand the story, but then looking at kind of how it's put together, the base that the vase is sitting on, it appears that it's behind the lady on the left, but in front of the lady on the right, but then it's lit brighter at the base than the subjects are. I guess I think the concept maybe is there. It just needs refinement. It's just average for me at this point.
I was at 84. I think in listening to my other jurors, I think I might have overscored it. So I'm still listening.
There is at 79, just falling short of the merit. And I really appreciate the play on the vase profile, optical illusion, and putting that together. It's diminished by the big stand in the middle between them, and then the quality of light on both the flowers and the human subjects, I think, could have been a different choice in the quality of light. Far less specular light, I think, would have enhanced the picture, the image and the concept more than it has here.
76 for technical reasons. The vase is not symmetrical, and it really should be. There appears to be cutout problems. The two rim lights on the two subjects are different in exposure, and the handling of the speculars on the flowers could be better done.
Yeah, 82 merit category, but I'm seeing some other concerns as well as those that have been mentioned. So I'm going to be reconsidering.
Okay, so I don't think that there is any reply. You know, all of you have already said that. So the only thing that I got left is where I'm gonna go with a 78, so we can have time to go get a Toll House cookie.
$77. And that was our final image in the competition. Is there anything that's being brought back? All right.
Sounds like we're good. Yeah.
Again, want to give a huge shout out to all of our judges and jury chair for your time today and all your valuable comments. That was really awesome. I know I've learned a lot through all of this. And just a reminder that we do have our conference coming up, Innovate, and that is March 25th through 27th. We'll be talking about composites, marketing, posing, and painting. We do have a pre-con seniors epic and high-impact portraits, as well as a post-con intro to Photoshop painting. You can view all of that, as well as a ton of upcoming educational events on our website, ppw.org. And that's officially a wrap for image competition for us today. Thanks, everyone.